Got that cheesy screensaver on there. Good morning. It's 8:37 Central Time, Tuesday, February 27th. We've got some news coming out pretty soon. Before I get going, I don't start until about 15 to 20 minutes in. I like to have the market set up a bit. For me, that's just what suits my style best. Oftentimes, less is more. So I want to run you through a little bit of the morning prep that I like to do. I've kind of taken some time, quieted my mind and my soul in order to act in my own best interest today. And so, yeah, let's kind of get into it. I want to be self-aware. I think a lot of people regarding trading think about the technical aspect of it as far as placing trades, and they can overlook the mental aspect of it. There's a book that I love. It's called With Winning in Mind. And the gentleman just mentions that when he interviews top performing world class athletes, most of them say that to get to the point where they're at, 90% of it is mental. But they would also agree that most people spend only about 10 to 15% working on that 90%. So a lot of those people, even at the top, the cream of the crop, are looking at their technical performance versus their mental state. So I thought, how much more so for trading? So just being aware of what can trip me up. Yesterday I talked a little bit about the path of least resistance. And so for me, just reading here, a lot of times it takes more mental effort to not be involved and wait for a good setup than just place a trade because I want to make something happen. I am capable of not placing a trade. It is just currently not the path of least resistance. So I really am working to have not placing a trade now, today, be the path of least resistance. Because if I'm constantly taking the path of least resistance, eventually it's going to lead me to the path of most resistance. And that path, if you're a trader, can be devastating. So why not do the things that are hard, the things that I resist, the things that are difficult on the upfront in order to then go to paths of less and less and less resistance. So there's also times too when I think, boy, I want to just relax. I'd rather just go to the lake and chill and go paddleboard, or like go to a yoga class, do some hot yoga, like get a good stretch, or just go to a coffee shop, go chill out and journal. I thought, well, why can't I find that same like mental comfort that I'm seeking sitting in front of the markets, watching price action? What's the difference? Why can I at times find myself stressed out about what the market is doing or isn't doing, what I think it should be doing versus what it is, or if it's doing exactly what I think it should be doing, but I'm not involved? Why is that any different for me than chilling at the lake, or you know at a beautiful mountain vista or anything like that? So I want to make today just as relaxing as a day at the lake, or a day that I'm just journaling, doing some introspection, or enjoying a nice cortado at a good coffee shop here in town. Um, I want to change my mental state. Lastly, I want to visualize, feel, and imprint a relaxed and effortless performance, um, when we're at peace and when we're at ease. Um, so the gentleman I just spoke of, who wrote the book With Winning in Mind, I'll get to my why in a moment here. I think maybe later today. Um, he talks about, and psychologists would agree, that the mind can't tell the difference between what you vividly imagine and what you actually do. So if I'm rehearsing, going over, taking some time in the morning, maybe it's 5 minutes, maybe it's 15, maybe it's longer, I don't know, but kind of like seeing and feeling the emotion of how good it feels to just sit in front of the screen, to wait, to be patient, to not feel compelled at all to place a trade. Like, what if you come in the morning and you say, you know what? If I don't place a trade today, that's okay. Like, that's totally fine. So he says the mind cannot tell the difference between what you vividly imagine and what you actually do. So as we imprint those vivid imaginations, the feeling good about acting to our ideal, closer to our ideal self, it will imprint in our mind and it will help us become in a place where we're moving closer to that realized identity. Another book The Art of Learning. I went over this one yesterday, but I'm going to just keep going over these quotes because they're so good. It's written by Josh Waitzkin. He says, I've long believed that if a student of virtually any discipline could avoid ever repeating the same mistake twice, both technical and psychological, he or she would skyrocket to the top of their field. Of course, such a feat is impossible. We are bound to repeat thematic errors, if only because many themes are elusive and difficult to pinpoint. So the aim is to minimize the repetition of mistakes as much as possible, but having an eye for consistent psychological and technical themes of error. Last quote here, fantastic, John Carter. He says, once the trader accepts the constant flow of the market and that endless renewal of opportunity, then the trader will understand that there's no need to enter the market on half convictions. Just sit back and wait until the setup has laid itself out with clarity. Not a maybe or an almost. It's simply there, period. What if it doesn't work? It doesn't matter. When the setup presents itself, your only job is to take it. Not care if it works out or not. That's what managing risk is for. So that's what we've got for today. Let me click on a few other things here. All right. And I'm going to pull up Ninja Trader. As I mentioned, I know we've got some news coming up at 9 o'clock Central. So I'm going to be checking in every half hour, talking about where I'm at. All right. This up. There we go. Looks like our overnight got down to 73. We had some news there at 7:30. Kind of a slow, steady sell-off so far. Test 1, 2. Okay. Mic's good on that. That's good. Alrighty. That's a nice push lower. That first 5-minute bar. Right there. Let's look at RTH. I don't want that there. Oh, there we go. It's interesting, right? I think sometimes like looking at the extended versus RTH. So here's our extended. Here's what we did overnight. Came to a high of about 90, low of, I don't know, 73. Here's our RTH though. As time goes on, RTH values will become more important. Really, they already are. There's way more volume over here from that move on Thursday, or yeah, Thursday, than there was overnight. So we'll kind of hang our hats on some of these levels over here. So here's how we ended. Here's how we started. 20 minutes in. Look at some of the longer term moving averages. Yeah, no surprise that we're getting a little hesitation or bounce there at 75. A lot that happened here the other day on Thursday, it looks like. That is a nice fake out though on the extended hour, right? Like how it comes up, puts that wick in, then totally negates it, comes down here. It's a good flush. Maybe should have been around for that one. All right, got our news coming pretty soon here. Be placing a little flag here, making a small flag. Big gap up there, isn't it? That was that FOMC minutes, and then we just skyrocketed higher. Big gap. All right, got 7 minutes till the news comes out. So this 83. Let me move over to here. 70. 82, 84, 87. So in the 1 minute, getting rejected at 80 again. This is 87. So this morning we just sold right off from 87. Okay, 4 minutes to go. Sorry for the movement. I'm just trying to look at some levels over here. So yeah, all right, sold off from 87. But now we're dealing with this over here. Extend it real quick. 82, 83. Still kind of that downward channel, right? Downward sloping channel. Three minutes to go. Let's do a quick check-in. So I'm committed to doing this every half hour. Do you have a calm and easy feeling? Yes or no? I do. Idea about market activity currently? Yeah, kinda. So we'll say, yeah, short. Actually, I'm gonna say no. No, nothing that clear. How clear? Not clear. C. Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? Not gonna be on it, or not gonna lie. I feel a little bit of doing something. Do I feel compulsion to trade though? Nah, I really don't. Can I identify a tight stop or a stop area? Yeah, I'd say high of the day, that 87 area. But we got news coming out here in 3 minutes, so I'm gonna let the news do its thing. I would anticipate that you know what? I'm not gonna make any predictions. So let's see if they keep it below 83 here. Here's what our half hour chart looks like with the larger moving averages. This is a 50 moving average of the regular trading hours. So just coming down to it here at like 74. Got a minute and 20 to go on this bar. Yesterday started us off in just kind of a, what was it? Here was yesterday starting here. Just a downward, downward channel. Kind of a trend day for sure. Not a strong trend though. All right, got our news in 30 seconds. If anyone is commenting, forgive me. I don't have my channel pulled up or the chat pulled up or anything like that. I probably will later, but I'm gonna hang tight right now. Alrighty. Pop to 83. Pop to 87. Almost got up to the open. So bears still at least, I mean, we got 4 minutes to go on this bar. So looks like they're defending that 87, 86 area. But this bar could end weak. It could end strong. Look at the art of learning again. So me, so easy to just jump in, get involved. Talking about the aim is to minimize the repetition of mistakes as much as possible, but having an eye for consistent psychological and technical themes of error. All right, so we've kind of tried twice there. Let's see. Still in our little channel. I want to do my best to just observe, remain objective. Sometimes the more that I trade, or the more I'm trying to like really decipher exactly what's going on, versus just letting a setup come to me, the more it can skew my ability to judge. This is interesting here. So look at the 1 minute. Okay, minute and 20 to go on this bar. We've only popped up here briefly. It wasn't like we were up here and like holding, and then got, came down. It's interesting too, like the way that the bar forms as well, right? So if the bar were just starting now and then it steadily made its way up the whole time and ended up here, probably give us a different feel than if it just pops up. Bears, at least at this point, were like, nope, get it out of here, right? They're like Mutombo at the rim, or maybe Shaquille. Like, get that out of here. So came up, sold it off real quick. Small, tight range, 80 so far, or 81 up to like 85, 50, nothing major. Seems like I'm always a little short biased. Uh, Mindful of this cluster here, though, that could be serving as some resistance to the downside. It could be that we just continue to kind of do how we did yesterday and just meander down further. Here we go. One minute looking pretty good here. Oh yeah. So here's our hour chart so far. Let's see, Thursday, Friday, Monday, started today. So just look at this on the hour chart. Just putting in a really tight channel here. Tight channel. So certainly wouldn't have been a bad short up there at 84. Every day is different, right? I like to look at the 5 minute bar, try to get a feel for the personality of the market for the day. My buddy who I referred to is he's such a great trader, so consistent every day. He refers to the market as a fickle mistress. And I think that's accurate. Or maybe it's me that's fickle. I could be accurate too. 9:07. Plenty of time, plenty of time. And sometimes too, based on what the market does yesterday, it'll give me a good idea for what I want to do today. Not too often though. There's some mornings every now and then. It's usually a few times a month where based on what it did the day before, I've got a really good plan coming in before the market opens of what I'd like to do, how I'd like to get involved. Um, but a lot of times, most times, I just have to let that thesis develop, work itself out during the day. So, not in a big hurry to get involved here. Remembering the words of the late great. I hate how I have to say the late, but he has passed on. At least I believe he has. Mark Douglas. Um, there will be times when sitting on your hands, doing nothing, will be like putting money in the bank. That is true. I can relate to that. I feel like sometimes, like, well, that's the case, then I'm banking, right? I'm banking. I'm not doing anything. Just sitting, waiting, doing a whole bunch of nothing. That's what Mark says. He knows. His story is fascinating, man. Like, one of the first trades he ever put on was in silver. He's, I think he's long silver. It's like back in the early 80s. I don't know. It's a while ago. It might have been the 70s or early 80s. He's long silver. He decides to take the trade off based on someone else's, you know, judgment. He does. He gets out of it, and then the trade goes like lock limit up. Or, I mean, it's when the market was halted, and it's just like limit up, closed. Next day, it's like limit up, close. So like it went up so much that they had to close it down, and he is sitting on the sidelines doing nothing when he personally had very strong conviction about the direction of the market. Um, and a silver contract is big. The notional value of it, it's huge. And to hear that story, it just, oh, it's so painful. It just hurts. Um, but he had since gotten past it, moved on, learned from it. He wasn't harboring any bitterness. If he had learned from it, right? Learned and figured stuff out. Let's see here. This is our 1 minute. See if they hold down here under 80 and go lower. This is a pretty decisive move lower. Feels like it could go lower here. But again, we got that big cluster of activity all over here. We are in a channel. So the minute, it could be that that breaks and goes up. But also we've got, this is our fourth day of being up. We haven't filled that extreme gap that we put in on Thursday. So could be that we try to fill in a little bit more of that gap. Let me take a look here. I like to pull up the daily on my phone. Yeah. So do we hold here or do we try to fill in the gap? That's the question. Hmm. You got a high at 87, low of 74, tight range. Let's see if the Bears take it lower here based on the 1 minute. There's 1 minute. There's start. Let's see the 5 minute. We're chilling in the channel. I'll be surprised if they get this thing over 84. Very surprised. Let's see. Let's see if we push over. 1 minute. Looks kind of weaky right here. You get short here, you'd be wrong above 80 on the 1 minute. So you keep a tight stop. I don't know. Look for what? 4 points. Should be like 2 to 1. Maybe your stop could be 80-50. Hmm. Big push up there in the overnight session. Here's all of our activity, including RTH and overnight. Well, it looked weak on the 1 minute a few minutes ago, or 2 minutes ago. Looks like VWAP's right around 81. Pardon me. Right, it's just, looking weak, but a lot of overlap. Hard to get short here because of the amount of business that took place over here in the channel. Maybe we hit the top of that channel. This here. Ooh, I was saying here I'd be surprised if we get it before above 84. Knocking on the door of 84. There we go. Eating up into this wick. Another 4 minutes to go on this bar still. Mm, tempted to try a short here. I'll try a short with 2 contracts and keep it kind of tight. Although we have spent so much time under here. Just saying how we are at that cluster down there. Let's see. We are in this tight channel. Here's our hourly, bumping on that. Tight channel. I don't know. So we get a little follow through. Jeez, it's like not even worth doing. 2 minutes to go on this bar. 923. Got a minute to go on this bar. Right there. So remember I said I'd be surprised if they got it above 84. Came up to 84. I didn't have a working order there. Um, Maybe I should have. Oh yeah, maybe get some follow through here. Swing it down to 78. Maybe put in some new lows. We're gonna give some follow through. I want to see this. I need to see this thing get to 78, then clear through that. There we go. Let's see if we can get down here. Maybe kind of continue with this little trend. That's looking good. Let's look at 1 minute. I'm gonna move this thing a little lower. So here's 1 minute here. Got this little trend line that that'd be nice if we got down to 78. Kind of got through this and then just continued selling off. Getting a little bit of resistance here as we're back in this area. So was hoping to see some follow through on this bar and then move my stop to like 82. So I'd have hardly any risk on it at all. Got another minute 24, so want to see how this bar ends. Like to see it end somewhere down in here. Big nothing burger on that candle. I'm gonna buy one back there, so I'm only in one now. Might re-enter, but I'm gonna give it a minute. We come back down here. I think it could be getting lower yet. Got 4 minutes to go on this bar. I want to get back in and add some here, but I think it might pop up a little higher. We're still in that like super tight range. So again, here's our 30-minute coming right down to that moving average. In the range, do we bounce? Do we put a little bounce in and then take it out, or what do we do? Oh, I need to do a check in here pretty soon. I'm gonna sell two more right here. Oops, I guess I only sold one. Maybe. Meant to sell two there, but just did one. Let's see if we can get back below, like down to 79. I think that could be good. Kind of wedging right here a little bit. Minutes ago on this bar, not doing much, not getting that follow through. Considering getting out of this and then looking to sell if we get up higher. I'm gonna buy one back there again, so I'm only in one. Chicken Little here. Let's see. Yeah, thinking maybe we come up higher and then go down. we get down to 79. It needs to get down to 79 for the Bears to have confidence for it to go lower. I'm out. All right, just a scratch on that one. Was in 2 micros at the most, so just wasn't doing what I thought it would do. Wonder if we come up a little higher and then go short. This was the conflict right here that I had. Looking at the 30-minute, this is a 30-minute chart. Just how we're down to the 50 EMA. We're just in this tight channel, thinking like, if it breaks, it could, move up a little higher. I am bearish for the day. I've got a bearish bias. Do think we could break 79 and then continue in that downward channel. So let's do our check-in real quick. Calm and easy. Oops, this is I am. Idea about market activity. Looking for a short. Rating it. Rate it like a B. Kind of want to do something still. Do you have a compulsion to place a trade? Nah. Can I identify a tight stop? Yeah, at 84. All right, so it's gonna be a slow burn down. I suppose you could get short here. You'd be wrong above 82.50. All right, I'll try getting involved one more time. Stop's going to be there at that 82 level. If we break, we could continue just trending down. Want to see this bar and lower. Want to see it get below this. I'm in 2 micros. I'm in very, very small. Got 30 seconds to go on this bar. It really needs to get down into these wicks here. So sometimes, right, like you want to do something and then shortly thereafter, things look a little bit different. Sometimes they don't. It is a hard place to short, though, I will say that. But we do have all this here, so I'm wondering if we can just continue in our little channel. It's quite a bit lower. Time frame on this, if we can get down below here, down to 76, time frame is going to be quite a while, at least I think. 72 could be a good first area. So move up to like 72 half. Like to see a little follow through on this guy. So yeah, we're just at kind of an indecisive wedge at this moment. Let's see, it's Strello Ray. So we've put in high or lower highs, but we've also got higher lows. So I know I was trading super small yesterday. I'll probably continue with today. I will trade larger if I see something that really gets me thinking, gets me going. Um, uh, Kind of keep it pretty small. Here's our morning so far. Down, come up, tried coming up again, coming down. 7250 is our first target. Again, let's see. This is our 30-minute though. Got all this. Let's see the 15-minute. That could be decent. Could be nice if we get a little follow through on this one. Only got a minute and a half for this bar to close, but it'd be nice if it closed on its lows. We just stay under all this, and then yeah, 72 wouldn't be bad. I've got a target lower if we can just continue to stay within this little channel. Kind of a choppy mess right now, though. It's the open, comes up to the open, pushes it down, up again. So time will tell. I'll get down to 76 for this bar close. 20 seconds to go until this bar closes. Be great to close her down here. There we go. So get a little follow through. Definitely getting some resistance there at what, 76. Got it. I'm out. Close another one at break even. This bar still has another 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go, but the fact that it looked weak there and then it's just totally reclaiming, recapturing this, I'm not interested. Calling all longs. Well, not really. Again, tricky area to short for me. This bar ended nice. This bar looked like it had some potential. This one came down in these wicked areas and then popped right above it. Bull is still like certainly not out of the woods, but just for my entry of that second one, I didn't want to do much with it. Big negation. Okay, there's what's this? 30-minute with our moving averages. 15 ended there, and then this one's popping up. Got what could be a nice little trend line break here. Let's see. So you got all this stuff. Yeah, there we go. Holding that average. Interesting. Here we go. Let's get it. Let's get it, Bulls. Up to 82 again. If you want to get long, you'd be wrong below 76. Be wrong below that. I am not looking to get long. That's not me. Keeping that capital dry, keeping the powder dry. Tech T 111. Yeah, a little tricky for my style. Okay. Remember yesterday we talked about a lot of the market action was overlap, where the bar is overlapping another bar. This move, at least right now, or just starting, is it going to overlap some more or is it going to get some power and kind of launch off of here? So it's good to be mindful of the dynamics of the market, the personality of the market. Even Friday, a lot of overlap. Look at all this right here. Overlap, overlap, overlap. And then get a flush and another flush. But even with this here, with all this overlap, it might have been a good indicator when we start getting some here. And we just came up so strong the day before that maybe wasn't going to have the legs to go down more. I don't know. It's hard to say. Um, Easy, super easy. I'm a guru now in hindsight. But and it just continues to have tons of overlap the whole rest of the day. Look at that. Look at this. And then even today, I bet if we pull up a 15-minute, we'll see a ton of overlap on it. Yeah, even the hour chart, remember? Because we saw that like big downward channel. So look at the 15-minute, moving around, bouncing around, 15-minute. Let's pull up on a different chart. Here's our crazy hour chart. Look at this. So just overlap, overlap, overlap. It's days like these for me that can be a little frustrating and they can be a little, at least for my style, days where I'm just like sitting on my hands. Um, but then there's always days where something comes along and there's a lot of opportunity. All right, let's get back here at the 5 minute. We've come up to our mini little trend line here, just talking about how a minute ago looked kind of strong, like we might not have a lot of overlap, and now we're down at the low here. We got another minute and 40 to go. Maybe we overlap some more and come back into more of the body of this candle. Um, so yeah, there's like uh, periods of market activity where and just market dynamics, the personality of the market for the day, where I feel, you go to bed sometimes you think like, is there ever going to be a good setup or how can I make any money in this market? And you've just got to trust your process and know that, hey, like there's going to be volatility again. You don't know when, but you know that it'll be there. And you just have to wait for that. Now, there's some guys who probably making a ton of money today. Like this might be their style. This might be what they love and how they do it. And good on you. That's great. Again, I think trading is so neat because as many as much as people are unique, I'm watching on the 1 minute, seeing if we break here, if we keep them below like 82. Um, as much as people are unique and there are so many different forms of expression, right? Like you go to New York or Chicago or LA or Hong Kong or Bangkok, there's so many people with such different varieties of expression and how they live. Man, the market's the same way. Ton of variety, ton of ways to trade, ton of ways to express your thoughts about how you want to be involved regarding what a market's doing. Let's see if we get some follow through, get it below 78, came up to 82. I thought, yeah, if you want to get short, you'd be you could get short, you'd be wrong above 82. I myself am not doing that. So, ton of ways to express yourself regarding what you think the market's going to do. You want to place 50 trades a day or if you want to do 50 trades a year. It's up to you. There's freedom, there's autonomy. We're going to do a check-in here in a moment. So again, still pretty tight range, 13 points for the day so far. Roughly 13. We have stayed above this, or I'm sorry, below this 83 level. Taking it back to the 60-minute. Overlap, hanging out. Let's go back to our 15-minute. Here we are. So this was looking really nice, wasn't it? I thought, ooh, we could have a nice little trade here. Came up and then closed low, but we're right here at the average. And we're right back up. It's almost like a game of chicken, right? It's like Bulls don't want to step in because we could get lower, try to fill some of that gap from the other day, that monster gap right here. Huge gap. Bears are like, we could get a short squeeze here, so we're kind of gonna take our foot off the gas, right? It's like who's gonna flinch first, the Bulls or the Bears? Almost 10 a.m. Hour and a half into the day, taking 2 trades so far. One I got out and then got back into. I'm at just scratch. I'm like -$10 for the day. Yeah, -10. So pretty much just flat. Still kind of just waiting on something to do. Was tempted after news came up and popped and then came and settled. Thought about doing something but didn't. I'm just hanging out now. All right, let's do our check-in here. Bulls trying to get above 82. Trying. Let's look. Extended, yeah. Ugh. It's kind of yucky. Kind of back and forth. We'll check in a minute. These are days too when it's choppy. I can find if there's a move, so to speak, where it looks like it's doing something fast, I can be enticed to get in. I've got to remember like the personality of the day. All right, let's do our check-in. Where are we at? Checking in every half an hour. I want the Eagles song, Peaceful Easy Feeling, to be what sums up my whole day observing market activity. I don't care whether I've placed a bunch of trades and there's a lot going on, or whether I'm doing nothing, or whether the market is not doing much, but I feel like a compulsion to trade. I want to be at a peaceful, calm, easy feeling. So, am I calm and easy right now? I am. Would I have liked to have made some money and play some trades and have them work out? No, I wouldn't. Of course I wouldn't. Do I have an idea about market activity? Yeah, we're just kind of chopping around. I don't have any directional idea just yet. So, yeah, I do. I do have an idea, and my feeling about that's pretty strong. I'll rate it an A, but there's nothing that I really want to do right now. Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? At this point, I'm at peace waiting. So it's 10 a.m. We're checking in every half hour. First two times at 9 and 9:30, I wanted to do something. I saw, what I thought could be not a big move, but saw these wicks, and I thought, okay, maybe today could be another day like yesterday where we just sort of stay within this tight channel and we just, continue to drift lower. Then somewhere around here, maybe buyers step in, maybe they don't. So I was feeling a little compelled to do something. But at this point, um, we have more data to go off of, right? Like we have data to look at based on what the market is doing. So I don't feel too much compulsion at all right now. Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? Absolutely not. Can I identify a stop within a tight area? Well, I'm not looking at doing anything right this moment. That could change. So NA for right now. At the end of the day, like this is what all comes down to. I want to rate my day between a 1 and a 10 regarding how at peace I was at 3 p.m. It's one thing to start the day at peace, right? It's one thing to, you know, have your time of like chilling out, meditation, and visualizing all that stuff. Be at peace at 9 or even 10, even by noon. But then it's easy for something to come along, for there to be a move. Maybe you miss it. Maybe you didn't act well regarding managing your risk, and you can find yourself quickly kind of unravel. So I want to rate myself at 3 p.m. Did I trade? Here's the next two important ones for me. Did I trade in a way that helps me become the type of person slash trader I want to be? Getting a little bit of movement now. We'll cut out, get back to the screens. And did my trading today bring me closer or further to that desired identity? Those are good questions to ask. Those are good things to be mindful of. All right, let's get back to it. Enough. Like, enough. All right, Tony Robbins, chill out, dude. Like, stop. So here, I find myself a little bit like, ooh, maybe it's gonna go down. Maybe it does, but in a tight range. In a tight range. It's good to, who said it? Was it Socrates or Plato or something like that? Like, know thyself. These are days that, because for my style, there's not a lot going on for me, um, and I see a little bit of movement. I These are days that I can get chopped up, where I can see this bar and get short, and see this bar and get long. Um, so I'd rather sit, wait, be patient. I know I'm like a broken record, but I know the hundreds of you people listening right now. I'm sure a lot of people on this journey of trading can relate. So I've got 10 PA accounts with Apex Trader Funding. I've got 10 evals, 10 more that I just started, 10 evals, and had 10 evals that were pretty close. They were 70% there. And I just got impatient because I'm trading micros. I'm doing it small. I want to do it right. And just found myself getting impatient, putting on bigger size. And I think really just subconsciously, like, not at peace and at rest. And blew those up and thought, how can I do this right? How can I have some accountability? And I thought, what better way than to live stream, to have myself recorded? I don't want to do anything foolish on here. I'm sure I will at some point, but I certainly don't want to. And I'd like to, kind of try to get as close to trading like a professional, seasoned veteran as possible. So say you're managing a hedge fund. You got a board, like you got people you're accountable to and responsible to. Um, you've got setups that you want to stick to your rules with. You can't be just all willy nilly, like, oh, the market's not doing anything. I gotta make money, gotta get involved. Your board is going to be talking to you and asking questions about your activity. Getting pretty tight here, coiling up. Wondering if we break to the upside or downside. Dread the 1 minute over. All right. Here's 1 minute. These are just moving averages. I got VWAP here in this one. I've got like standard deviations of VWAP too. I don't really look much at MACD. I don't even know why this is on there. Probably ought to. Oh, let's see if we get a little bit of a move here. $77 is the level the bears want it under. And it's a little frustrating too. Also, like when you have a thesis that's correct, but you just haven't found a good entry. So from about this point over here, so from like 40 minutes ago, had a thesis that didn't think we were going to sell off hard and strong, but had a thesis that maybe we could continue this kind of downward price action for today to a point. I don't know where to. And at this point, I see this candle looking weak, and I think, I wish I were involved. I wish I could somehow jump back on that train. But the check-in helps me because it's a good reminder, like, hey, dude, you don't have to feel compulsion to do anything. You can sit and wait. Um, Here's another thing too, like a day where you're flat versus a day where you're down or down a lot, it's better to be flat. Better to be flat. Take any trades? Let's see. Got chopped out until finally caught the bounce to 84.75. Tom, it looks like you took something there. So maybe you got long like pre-market. Well done. Well done, my man. Tech T 111. He's the chairman of the board here. Chairman of the board. What did my Oh, so my wife, she she had a pretty busy season when we lived in Dallas, Fort Worth for a few years, and she had a group of girls that were all like business owners and leaders and had pretty full schedules as well, like moms, but they're running a business, and my wife has her own consulting business. And when they got together, they referred to it as the board of directors meeting. So, there were times, and it wasn't often that they'd get together, it'd be every few months, but because their schedules were so demanding, it was nice because, when she was asked about, hey, I need you to commit to something. I need you to be here for this or that. She'd say, oh, I'm so sorry. I've got a board of directors meeting that day. And it was kind of a nice front for her to say, hey, like I'm meeting with the board of directors, her girlfriends who she could, talk to, relate with regarding being a full-time mom and a full-time business owner and all the challenges that come along with that. Well, huh. Anywho, here we are. Bulls getting excited again. 78 if you want it. If you think it's going to moon, I suppose you'd be wrong somewhere down here if you want to get long. Here's our little trend line channel. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Get short. Get short instead. No, this isn't financial advice. This is just what goes on in my head. There we go. There we go. 15 minute. Got another 10 minutes to go on this 15-minute bar. 15-minute, let's look at 30 minutes. See if it looks any different. Should look exactly the same. So that's some wicks here. That's 30-minute. Looks like this one wants to push a little lower. But see, we've got this here with that gap. So wondering if bulls are trying to defend that. You asked me opinion, my opinion, 90% of the time I'm short. I'm also short in stature. I'm only 5'8", but that's just my bias. Or I like trades that get short. Um, Ben D. Been good. I was saying earlier, I've got 10 PAs, so 10 funded accounts with Apex, and I've been on the journey to get 10 more Eval accounts passed. So I thought, what better way to do that than do a video, do a live stream, hold myself accountable, um, and kind of talk through what I'm seeing with market action. So, yeah. But really, more than anything, I want this to be the antithesis of maybe a lot of trader channels, right? Like this is going to be the furthest thing from Lambos and frivolous with your money and all that. Like I want to create a culture and a community where there's generosity, there's transparency, there's continued desire to grow and improve as a trader, there's introspection, there's doing other things besides trading that are hard. So we're kind of teaching ourselves that we can do hard things. I want it to be a place where like we're balanced, where yeah, trading's important, but it's a slice of the pie. And I think when you're aspiring to trade, it's like it can just consume you, right? Like you wake up in the morning, charts. You go to bed at night, charts. You're eating breakfast, charts. You're with the kids, charts. You're with your wife, you're on vacation, you're thinking, oh, what's the market going to do? Am I missing the market moves? I think, man, I want my life to be holistic. I want to use trading as a tool and a vehicle, really to be a blessing to my family and other people who have much more need than I do. Um, and I want to give it the appropriate amount of like piece of the pie that it deserves. Does it deserve a slice of the pie? Absolutely. Is it the whole pie or even a quarter of the pie? Heck no. And if it is in my life or in your life, then I mean, I guess that's okay, but there's just more to it. So, like at the end of the day, if I'm waking up, I got my morning routine, and part of that involves prepping for trading, but there's other routines that involve like being a good friend, right? Like being an active member of my community, like being involved in my children's lives and in their friends' lives, or if my kids are out of the house, like being a good neighbor and being intentional about that even if I've had a bad day trading, or I can hang my hat on the fact that hey, like that's a part of the puzzle, and I don't think it's a cop out. It's a way of like how can we live a balanced life by looking at the big picture, the whole picture. So, just my 2 cents. Apex is not a trading challenge. It's called Apex Trader Funding. Ben D, if you go to atf.com, uh, there's videos on there that explain how it works. But essentially, you have to pass their combines, their tests, and if you do so with staying within the parameters of risk, then they fund you. And so the money that you make from that funded account is yours to keep up to 90%, well, 90% of it. So really makes risk to reward quite asymmetrical. And that's how it works. So yeah, go check it out. They got a ton of videos, ton of explanation of how it works, how it could be beneficial. I'm wondering what this is gonna do. So here we are, huge gap up. let's get big picture in mind here. Huge gap up. First half hour, bulls just buy it up. They hold it here and they bring it up the rest of the day. This is Friday. This is part of yesterday. This here is today. So still kind of like a game of chicken. I feel like we could push lower and maybe at some point bears get some traction and get it down here. Uh, get it down to, I don't know, like high 60s. Maybe they don't. Maybe the bulls hold them and push it up, but it's kind of a tricky spot right here. Here's the 15-minute chart. A lot of just pushing lower, pushing lower. I'm gonna turn my chat off for a bit. I'm gonna turn the channel off. Well, I'll still be on it. All right. All right. So we had our little yeah, there we go. Let's see if we get something going. Had that from earlier, right? That, or it could be tighter still. 250 to go on this one. Getting a little bit of, something here with this wick, but it's looking weak, at least for the moment. $220 go on this bar, so if we see this bar end at the bottom, it could be indicative that we continue. If you're a scalper, you know what you're doing. If you're not a scalper like me, wait for something better. We know 76 is holding. Again, this bar isn't done yet though. $76 is the level, ladies and gentlemen. Minute and 10 to go on this bar until it closes. 5-minute bar. And I've got a timer on my screen. It's probably a little small for you, but I showed this yesterday. Got this guy, this behemoth, sitting on my desk. Oh, there it is. Big old clock. Helps me pay attention to when the bar closes. I trade a lot based off the 5-minute bar. There are times when I can get excited because even on this bar, it was down here and it looked like it was going to break. And we got 20 something seconds to go, so maybe it does end here. But right now we've got 20 seconds to go on this bar and it's back within our little wedge here. On a day like today, right? Like it's a lot of chop, a lot of overlap. If I was looking to get short down here 4 minutes ago, and now we're back up here with this bar, with this wick, give me some, reason for pause or reason for concern. Let's bring in the 1 minute here. Let's see if we can see anything. See, this little line gets. Now, I don't do a lot with trend lines or anything like that. It's just, for me, such a slow day that figured I'd just do some drawing. So, let's see if this guy gets broken. Let's see. So we've got to be at peace, even if the market's doing something, and even if it does what we thought it would do, and we are not involved, right? There's times when you kind of have an idea of what the market may do, but you just don't see a good place to get involved, right? You can't justify your risk to reward. And I really do believe like the thing that separates the professional long-term trader from the aspiring trader whose account, his P&L fluctuates a lot is it's not so much the ability to predict what's going to happen. I'm saying in general, uh, but I really feel like the deciding factor, the thing where there's the most difference is that professional trader's ability to manage risk, right? The professional doesn't know any more than most. If you're an amateur who isn't yet consistently profitable, if you spent 2 years watching market like pricing activity, I'd say the difference between you reading the market and the charts and the professional, the seasoned veteran, it's probably pretty marginal. I would think there's not a lot of difference there. There's some, but it's probably less than we give credit to. But the big difference is their ability to manage risk. I can remember working with a professional trader who's my age and he's traded since like the late 90s at the Chicago Board of Trade and he's moved to the screens. Well, he's always at the screens, even at the Board of Trade. And I remember like even my first week with him, and this isn't to, he is an excellent trader. This isn't to take away anything from him, but after the first week, I thought, boy, he really doesn't know any more than I know what the market's going to do. I thought working with him would be like, this dude's he's just gonna know, right? Like he's just gonna be placing trades and just have this thing dialed in. And he'd be the first to admit to say, I don't know. I know what the market's showing me, and I know my probabilities. But his trades, like he didn't know one trade from the other, which was going to work out, which was going to like run and be awesome, and which was going to, be a scratch, which was going to be a loss. But the thing he was a master at was self-control and managing risk. He was great. I learned a lot from him about that. So, Trevor, thank you. You're awesome. You're a great trader. And you know that. You have been for a long time, 2.5 decades. He'd say too, he's like, there'd be guys who'd come in they'd be across the office from me. I met him back in like 2008 at the Board of Trade. So they'd come in, they'd swing some size, some big numbers. He said, but the guys who did that, they'd make some huge money. He said, and sometimes I'd, think like, I want to size up. He said, but a lot of those guys eventually would be packing their bags because they they'd swing some size, but they just weren't professionals at managing risk. And yeah, they'd have days where they were excited and going out and doing all the things, right? Like buying the expensive whatever and you name it. But he said those were the guys who at some point, most of them packed their bags and had to go back to whatever they were doing before trading. All right, let's get rid of these drawings here. So I suppose the long-term traders, the guys who, or not long-term, but someone who trades, where their trades last a while, like most of the day, they might just hold this thing until this trend line breaks. This one up here. So maybe there's some people who shorted up in the 83, 84. Maybe they hold it, they stay with it until this line breaks. I think Tech T111, that book that you mentioned, Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas, it's in that book that he says, and it's in some of his like, webinars that are recorded and stuff like that on YouTube, where he says there's gonna be times when doing nothing really is um, like putting money in the bank. If it breaks the low, Bendy, probably not. Just because of price action. Like every time it breaks this low, well, it does. It hasn't broken the low actually. Hasn't broken low of the day. Um, yeah, I'm not in a hurry to do anything right here. And it could be that it breaks the low and then it continues its march lower. It's kind of zigzaggy move lower. Could be. Could also be, and this is my right, like so much of trading is like if this then that, and there's a lot of times it's like, oh, I want to do this, but this is kind of leaning me towards not. I've got some concern because of this, that, or the other. Um, Looking at a longer term chart, and I'll be the first to admit I'm not always biased, but I like doing short trades versus long trades. Here's our hour chart right here. And at this point, I mean, it looks kind of weak. It looks like we're definitely in a channel. And so it could be that it just continues on down and tries to get closer to one of these averages here. That's the hour chart. Here's the half hour. So in my mind, it does look like it could, go on lower. I just don't have the stomach to like hang with it for hours if it's going to take hours to just go lower. If I find a good entry, it may be that I do something, but at this point, I don't have a good entry because every time it comes up, it looks like, well, we're at those long-term averages. Maybe the bulls bring it up. Every time it gets lower, it looks like bears are finally going to get in control and take this thing lower. Um, but then they buy it right back up. So, yeah, as I said earlier, I thought we could just kind of meander lower uh, during the day. That was the impetus for getting short up around 82, um, but just didn't get any of the follow. I thought here on this bar right here that we'd see some follow through because we sold off really hard, tried coming up, big wick here, another wick here, was short at 82. Then we put this in, couldn't get any follow through, got out, got involved again, and thought, okay, didn't feel like it would race down, but thought that it could be kind of a nice downward movement. And had my stop tight at 79, which was just break even, and it didn't do that. It just went right up. So now to me, this bar looks like one where if you wanted to get short, you'd be short here. You'd definitely be wrong above 80. I think too, there's enough that's happened and we've stayed below 80 long enough where I think we could see a break and a continued push lower here on this one. Yeah, that's a pretty decisive move lower. Having a hard time though finding a good target. That's another thing, like going lower. Let's see. It's like I feel like it could break lower. First target would be, I think, around 70. So if I was short here, my first target would be like 70. I'd be wrong above this bar right here. I, however, am not sure. And yeah, maybe there are those guys that they just hold it all day until it breaks this trend line. I don't know what I'd do if I had to be in a position. Who knows, man? The nice thing is I don't have to. We're gonna go through a check-in real quick. Half-hour check-in. I'm doing this every half hour. I want the Eagles song, Peaceful Easy Feeling, to be what sums up my whole day observing market activity. And it might be that, by 1 or 2 today, I'm done. I might call it before that. But until I'm done watching the market, I'm going to be peaceful and I'm going to be easy. Am I calm and easy? I am, man. Do I have an idea about market activity? One direction or the other? I do not. Um, as soon as it looks weak, it looks like it could push lower. As soon as you get a green bar, it feels like it could go higher. So, no. Am I feeling I have to do something or am I at peace waiting? I'm at peace waiting, man. Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? No. Can I identify a stop at a tight area? I think I can, like, again, I just said if you're short, you'd be wrong above 80. Again, we've said this before, if you're long, you'd be wrong below 76. So that's our check-in. Want to rate my day at the end of the day. Really want today to be one. It's just one day at a time. I'm like an alcoholic in AA recovery, which I love AA. I think AA is an awesome program because of their transparency and honesty and a willingness to admit where they're at. And it's scary to like, even though I've got so many viewers, right? I've got, 2 people, 2.5 people watching on any given day. It it's kind of scary. Like it's pure Nintendo. It deals with a lot of like identity and insecurities to do this stuff live and say, all right, these are my traits. This is where I'm at. But I want to be transparent and I want to acknowledge where I'm at. So I want to, at the end of today, not tomorrow, just today, not worried about tomorrow. I want to be, let's say, I traded in a way that helped me become the type of person slash trader that I aspire to be. And I want to ask myself, did my trading today bring me closer or further to that desired identity? Those are good questions to ask. We will be having more watchers. I guarantee it. I guarantee. Because a lot of traders, a lot of people streaming, I've noticed, don't talk. Now, there's people online who talk about trading psychology. I haven't seen many who do live stuff where they're trading, but then also having a big focus on market psychology and emotions and all that and mental state. So yeah, that's really what I desire to do with this. 10:30. I may oh boy, I don't know what I'm doing here. Not much for me to do. So I mentioned my buddy. Maybe you could add if I had to be in a position, what would I be short or long? Then see what the metric is. Um, oh yeah, I've got a great thing here. So when there is something, I've got my scorecard. This is super helpful. Main idea during RTH. So when there's an idea worth having, I'll fill this out. Say, this is what I'm thinking at this spot. Then these, I'll give myself a rating between 0 and 1. So it can be 0, 0.5, or 1. Entry level, how close did I enter versus that level? Sizing, was my sizing appropriate? Stop placement, was it at a structural level? Profit target, stop hit. So even if the stop gets hit, if it is hit, then that's okay. I was following my process well. I'll tally those up and then I'll grade myself. And then on the next one, did I know my target? Did I allow price to hit my target? Did I adjust targets if market warranted? Was emotional capital reserved? And was I kind of going with the flow, functioning from the soft zone? Got that. And then I've got another one here. I'll have to go. It's on my Google Docs. I've got it on my, got it here. It's similar to the one I just went through. I don't know if you can see that too well. Anyways, it just talks about confidence, size, entry target, estimated time frame, and then actual time frame for once the trade is done. So yeah, when I'm placing a trade, I'm mindful of that stuff. Let me see. What's that one called? Live chat tools, my schedule. Oh, that's the trade sheet. And yeah, if anyone listening wants any of these, just email me. It's just nofomotrader@gmail.com. Just email me and I can share all these different documents with you. So this is just am I long, short, what's the signal based on, and then confidence, size, entry, target, time frame, time of day, actual time frame. That's that. Here we go. Pushing lower. Check out. Let's see. I'm just looking at the NASDAQ on the daily. Man, is that just ugly. SPY. We're at 10:38 in the morning Central Time. Coming down to 74. Got this stuff over here to contend with. So I wonder if we come and hold this or if we come and break it and then get some movement. I wonder a lot of things. Okay, does this wick mean something now? Does it mean something? Is it holding? Or does this candle begin to eat in this wick and we still push lower. So we've got this trend line for the little bit longer term. Not that. I don't want to do that. Let's see. Now we've got. So when I was shorting at 82, the thought was that we continue to grind lower. I wish I had just the intestinal fortitude to, because my thought was get short and then kind of like walk away. And even here, when I was getting short, I think I mentioned like time frame on this one. It's gonna be a while. Like it's gonna be a bumpy road going down where it could just be a lot of this. So we are pushing lower. Um, other than well, even here wasn't a good entry because then it kind of stops you out and fakes you out here. I suppose, yeah, just not a good spot. So that used to frustrate me pretty bad where I could see I had a picture of what the market was going to do and I could see it unfolding, but I didn't have a good place to manage risk. And now it's just part of the game, part of it. So if that means that I gotta wait, then I just gotta wait. Um, I'm gonna read my two of my favorite. I got a lot of favorite quotes. I'm not gonna say these are my top two because I've got others. This is from The Art of Learning. I've long believed that if a student of virtually any discipline could avoid ever repeating the same mistake twice, both technical and psychological, he or she would skyrocket to the top of the field. Of course, such a feat is impossible. We are bound to repeat thematic errors, if only because many themes are elusive and difficult to pinpoint. That's key right there. And that's the impetus for the check in for me, checking in at the end of the day. Um, because a lot of themes are elusive, right? There's a lot of drift that can happen as we're trading, like as we're watching the market. We can start a certain way and end a very different way. We've all been there where you start the day, you've got a picture of how you want to act, how you want to trade, and it could be even halfway through the day, you think like, I know, or especially at the end of the day when you're reflecting, you think, even if you had even if you had a day where you're positive, you think, boy, I didn't trade, I didn't function anywhere near the way that I intended to at the beginning of the day. What happened? So then the aim is to minimize the repetition of mistakes as much as possible, but having an eye for consistent psychological and technical themes of error. Daylight today, too, as we grind lower, gotta listen to the words of John Carter. Once the trader accepts the constant flow of the market and that endless renewal of opportunity exists, then the trader will understand that there's no need to enter the market on half convictions. Just sit back and wait until the setup has laid itself out with clarity. Not a maybe or an almost. It's simply there, period. What if it doesn't work out? Doesn't matter. It's okay. When the setup presents itself, your only job is to take it, not care if it works out or not. That's what stops are for. That's what managing risk is for. All right. 40 seconds to go on this bar. So our 30-minute chart. Boom. Look at all that activity. That's where we're at. Like, I mean, I want to be short. I just, it's hard to handle the pops. Kind of want to be short, but I'm mindful of this here, mindful of the gap, mindful of these averages. Let's look at 60-minute. So here's 60-minute. Here's 60-minute price action. Let's look at 5-minute with some of the averages there. There we go. Saw a little bit more volatility yesterday. Certainly a lot more Friday. So is the theme short the pop? Is it shorted at 78? I don't know. I will not be taking that trade, I don't think. Haven't thought about taking a trade in a while. Probably the closest I got to taking a trade was when we were down here, looking like we could finally break, and thought that we've spent a lot of time below this 80 level. But then this green bar gave some pause to that. But as far as a desire to trade or like a setup, I mean, really not much there. So had to stay out. Oh, I love to short tops. If you ever watch Tasty Trade, it's funny how like Tom and Tony, the two like main dudes, how they'll razz each other. So it might be like that Tom, the main guy, like the founder of Tasty Trade and Thinkorswim, dude's like a genius and a great trader, options trader. He'll be short, and he'll be short in like a market that's kind of strong. So let's say he's shorting at like uh not today, but let's say that he's shorting at like 50.80, and then 40 minutes later the trade's at like 5100, so it's 20 points higher. You know, Tony might come on and say, Tom, man, you were shorting at 50.80. You're still holding. Like, if you wanted to short it there at 50.80, like, you love him here at 5100. Kind of with the thought that, like, hey, man, and you'll love him even more. Like, if you're serious about this short, why stop at 5100? Let's just keep shorting it 5110, 5120. So, no, I like shorting tops for sure. It just, uh, it has to be right. It has to feel. Usually, I like to have an idea and kind of visualize what I think is going to happen, and then try to get some confirmation. Now, I can get into a trade a little quick at times, but the best trades for me is when I have a feeling, okay, we might be approaching a top here. I think it's the top. I remain a little bit more patient. Maybe I don't get the best entry, but then I've got like confirmation from the market showing me, ooh, that very well could be a top, and this is where your stop should be. And a lot is based on the 5-minute bar. So it used to be that, I draw up my levels and do my stuff pre-market. And I think, oh, this is a good level, could be some resistance. The 5-minute bar could just be rushing up toward it. And I'm just like, I'm short right there. Like the way I like to trade now is I kind of want to, if the market's good, just going up, up and up, and the 5-minute bar isn't close to closing, um, probably going to wait to see if it's close to closing, if it stalls out, if it puts in a doji. So, yeah. right. Do they short 78 or do they short 82? Which one? Oh no, I'll kind of average into a trade sometimes. Sometimes it's more like all in, all out. Sometimes I'll start something and then like add a little bit to it. It just depends. 3 minutes 50 seconds to go on this bar. Just a 1 minute chart. So here's our shorter term guy. Dang it. This is like stopped in just the wrong. Let's see. There we go. Get this over. Get over here, you. That one back over here. Let's see. 1 minute chart. That's what this one is here. Let's go to full screen. So we've come up. We've got a little trend line there, a little trend line break. Came to there. Maybe they get to 82. Maybe they don't. Will's next challenge will be 82. Getting above 82. Okay, and here's our 30-minute. This is a 21 EMA. This is a 50. This is 100. This is 150. I think that bottom one's 150. At any rate, that's what it is. Let's do the 15-minute. Minute shaping up here a bit. It's got another 3 minutes to go until it closes out. Two minutes to go on this bar. Not too much to talk about. I've done a lot of talking earlier in the day. We're just sitting back and waiting. We'll do a check-in. We're doing this every half hour. If you've heard it several times today and you're sick of it, I do apologize. Feel free to mute your mic. Check in every half hour. I want the Eagles song, Peaceful, Easy Feeling, to be what sums up my whole day observing market activity. I want to ask myself, where am I every half hour? Do I feel calm and easy? I do. Do I have an idea about market activity? Not really, regarding any kind of trade I'd like to get in right now. Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? I'm very much at peace waiting. Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? Yes or no? No. Can I identify a stop within a tight area? Well, it doesn't really apply because I'm not looking to do anything right now. I want to rate my day 1 to 10 regarding how at peace I was at 3 p.m. And we'll also want to ask myself, am I trading? Even like today, I'm not trading, but a lot of trading is not trading. It's just sitting and waiting. So am I trading? Did I trade? Did I wait? Did I observe in a way that helps me become the type of person slash trader that I want to become? Did my trading today bring me closer or further to my desired identity? That's our half hour check-in. All right, all right. Well, I have not done much. I had two trades earlier in the day. They were both scratches. Um, didn't get any follow through. Started to go in my favor a little bit. Came back to my stop. Got stopped out for break even on both of them. And that's where we currently sit. The bull's got the strength to get up to 82. I'll be back. I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick. Might get a little snack. Well, we got above 78. We're bumping 78 now. Back to it. Pretty tight range that we're in. Oh, pretty slow here. Pardon me. This one here, this is probably like a good, so for a long, right, when this bar started to act strong, there was still like 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go when this green bar was all the way back up into this red body. So I was just looking at the 1 minute chart thinking, and I had my stop at 79. It was a break even on that one. Um, thought, yeah, I guess you could have scalped that for a little bit. Granted, there have been a lot of other opportunities for scalps, but that's one that sticks out. So everyone was short at this point, right? That's the surprise. All the bears were thinking, okay, we could maybe go lower, and then the bulls bought right down here and took it right back up. Granted, they didn't have any staying power. The bears just reclaimed and it sold off from there, but that was a surprise for the bears.
A couple of hundred
or it seems at this level that we continue lower. We did come up to that 78 level, right? We came up here, wicked up, put some dojis, and then looks like we could be continuing lower, but this is not something I'm looking to get involved in right here, just because the personality of the day so far. Um, and again, it's got a little while to go until this bar closes, so maybe we bounce here, maybe we just continue doing what we've been doing for the last, let's see, day or so. Oh, there we go. Could push lower. Probably a big order must have came in and pushed that thing down. It's looking better now if you're a short, if you are short. Here's our 30-minute chart. Here's our EMAs. Here's the 50. Dig a little bit higher on this one here. Got another, I don't know, 10 minutes until this bar is done. So does it hold? Does it stay above this? Or does it go lower? That's the question, really. Well, I probably should have taken a break around 10:30. But, the issue is, like, take a break and walk away, and something could happen that you're then not a part of. All right, so the question is, do the bears resume the drift lower, or the bulls try to stop that? At this point, it feels like the bulls continue that push lower. I'm sorry, the bears continue to push lower. Famous last words, right? Let's see if there's anything noteworthy. Let's look at this one here. Got our overnight. Okay, so we're real close to overnight action. See if we followed through. So my conviction is and has been to the short side. It's just been difficult to find a good entry spot. I think at this point, if you are short and looking to capture more, you'd be wrong above 78 or the top of this bar here. This bar looks more like this one here, quite a bit more decisive, ending on the low. Finally, we've had a lot like, well, I shouldn't say ending, we're not done yet. We got 20 seconds to go on this bar, but a lot of red bars ending with a wick. Wick. Had this one ended on the low, bought up, wick here, so we'll see if it ends kind of on the low or with a wick in place. We got just a few seconds left. Looks like we'll end on the low for that one. Yeah. So got right down to like the overnight lows. Got down to this area over here, well close to it. We get down to 73. So we're like right here dealing with all this stuff. Bulls are trying to be down here somewhere, aren't they? Probably do one more check in here in a few minutes, and then I'm going to take a break. I'll look on my phone, see if there's anything worth doing, and might come back later. Kind of back, had the drive lower, then just a lot of overlap with just about every bar today. Right, like how this bar overlaps this bar a lot. Same with this one, all these, lot of overlap. Not a like decisive direction one way or the other. Which a lot of market is that way, isn't it? Where there is overlap. Okay. All the shorts scratching their heads, wondering what is going on. Feels like you could put like a movie trailer voice to this, like, just when you thought it was safe to get short in a world where you buy on the red bar and sell on the green bar. Oh, 11:30. I'm gonna check in once more and then take a break. Checking in every half hour here. It is just about 11:30 Central Time. The theme for my day, I really want it to be from the Eagles' Peaceful, Easy Feeling song to be what sums up my whole day observing market activity, whether I'm long, whether I'm short, whether I was correct in my hypothesis about market direction and I was involved, or even if I wasn't involved because I couldn't find a good entry. So I want to remain in a calm and easy state. Am I calm and easy right now? I'm about as calm as you can be. I'm like almost too calm. I don't even know if I have a pulse. For me, it's just been boring. Haven't really done much. Idea about current market activity, not as far as any trade I'd be looking to do right now. So, no. Am I feeling I have to do something? Oh, then rate that strongly. Am I feeling I have to do something or I'm at peace waiting? I'm very much at peace waiting. Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? I do not. Can I identify a stop with a tight area? I could if I were trying to do something now, but I'm really not. Want to, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, right, when it's all wrapped up, that I trade in a way that helps me become the type of person slash trader I want to be. Did my trading today bring me closer or further to that desired identity? Those are questions I will be pounding into us, me, as I watch the market. All right, this bar about to close here, and I am gonna chill out for a little bit. I'm gonna take it easy. $82 is the magic number. All right, I should be back after a while. I'm gonna take a break. Probably check my phone. If it's just a lot more of nothingness, I may not come back. I'll just stop the stream, but I'll be on break and should be back in a little while. Let's make this thing huge. All right, peace. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Just took a little lunch break, and here's what we're looking at regarding the hour chart. Here's what we're looking at regarding the half-hour chart. Looks like we found some buyers here. At least some of the shorts must have gotten out of their positions. Feel like you could short here and you'd be wrong above this level, this 77. Seems like we could just continue the pattern for the rest of the day. This is interesting, kind of like a megaphone here, right? Where we've got higher highs, lower lows. Shows indecision at this big push up, and then the bears quickly reclaimed it. I myself am not involved here. VWAP's at like 78.50. Looks like where halfback is. I would guess it might be close to there as well. Yeah, for today. Halfback at 77 quarter. If I'm going to trade today, I'm trying to wait for something that's pretty obvious, something that just kind of jumps out and really catches my attention. Just kind of stair stepping up here. Got 4 minutes to go on this bar. I'm short here at 74, 75. To see some follow through on that. That's twice now that it's been a quick kind of a sell off. Here's what we're looking at on the 1 minute. Got a VWAP up here. So a few times there's been probably like a large market order of some sort where it's just quickly gone down. It's looking better. See if we can break that. See if we can break 73. Got 50 seconds left to go on this bar here. Be nice if we could get into the wick of this. $71. Gets kind of thin here at, oh no, pardon me. Yeah, 71 for sure. Gets a little thin down there, and then 3 minutes to go on this bar. Big push here now. Still got 2 minutes to go on this guy. VWAPs at 78.50. Oh man, not good. Not good. Waiting to see if we get a little pullback to get out of it. Sellers there. Okay, came up to VWAP. I'm gonna buy one, so I just lighten my load. Oops. I was just in 2 micros, so really small in that. Came back down to 77 there and got lighter. All right, so let's see what we could do here. Still think you're gonna have tremendous resistance at 82. All right, we're climbing back up. Looking strong here. Pulling up some of those longer term averages. Looking at our 30-minute. So we're dancing at VWAP right now. Look at NQ. We have come to those longer term averages. There's that 77, 78 level we talked about earlier. Got our ray and our trend line here. Let's see what we're looking at from above. Oh, so that's kind of the longer term dude there. Try to sell another one. If we look weak at some point, I may add to it. But we are bouncing off of those longer term EMAs pretty good. 25 seconds left to go on this bar. And this was our home for so much of the day. So for this to work, it needs to come back down here to call it 74.50. Again, we're right at VWAP. Got a little while to go on this bar, so got 3 minutes 50 seconds. Let's look at our 5 minute with some EMAs. So spent a lot of time in here. Question is whether we come back in here and get acceptance or get rejected and pushed down. Do have a good amount of other EMAs higher, but on the long term, we've got this to contend with, right? Got that day just like pushing, pushing, pushing lower. Looks like buyers finally stepped in here. And here we are. 2.5 minutes to go on this bar. Thought this little hammer here might give us a little bit more of the downside. Pretty good move here in the 1 minute. I'll sell one more here. We got 3.5 minutes to go on this 5 minute bar. Gonna run some stops, or is this gonna be it? Is this kind of where we halt? There's not a lot of thin stuff here, like, so within this bar, there's not like a thin pop here where there's low volume. Really the only spot's like at 75, 75. So like down here. See if it's gonna go and take out stops. Bar could be ending strong. We got 35 seconds to go on it only. 1:15 p.m. Then 3 micros. I wouldn't think they'd get up to 82. But they are, with some gusto. Kind of thin there at 80. Let's see if they pop them. Ah, not good. No bueno. Running stops. I'm out. That's all I can handle. There's 84. Gosh. That's it. That's all she wrote on that one. Well, we do have some thin volume nodes here. We've got one at 80, another one at like 8150. Let's take a look here. So here's what we were talking about. Whoops. Here's what we were looking at most of the day, right? coming into these moving averages and thinking at some point there could be some bulls looking to buy these up. It's a big run. My thought initially when I went for a little lunch, took a break, was if we get up to 82, look to get short up there. But I was doing business around here. Now we've got this big swoop up. So it looks like they're holding the gap so far. Here's the gap on NQ, gap on NQ, and then we've got the gap on ES, which we've talked a bunch about. That gap here. Yeah, so 82 to 84 was the level I initially thought it'd be cool to do a short at. Got another minute and 40 to go on this bar right here. Hmm. I don't think we've got what it takes. I was tempted to add another one up there. I don't think we can get much higher than this 88 level. We're coming back down to this wick. See if we can find our home somewhere down in here. Let's sell another one right there. Guys who play the 1 minute, I think they'll be looking for sort of a flag right here. Might be looking for a flag to kind of break right here. So if it does, I don't think we have the legs to get up too much higher. I feel like we could come lower. Let's do a check-in. It's 1:30. Do I have a calm and easy feeling? Uh, yeah, not too bad. I'm gonna say no because I'm not completely at peace. Had that poor trade with poor execution over there. Kind of let my stop go a bit further than I wanted to. Do I have a DI about market activity rating? I do. Thinking about a short, or I am short. Rating, give it a B. Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? A little bit more like I need to do something here, or I want to. Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? A little bit. Can I identify a tight stop, a stop area? I can. It's a little wider than I'd like. I feel like this 86 to 88 level could be it. Let's say yes. And I'm wanting to trade in a way that helps me become the type of person or trader that I desire to be? Did my trading today bring me closer or further to that desired identity? So, took a few trades earlier. Pardon me, got out of those at a scratch and tried a short here. Didn't work out. Tried another one down here. Probably should have tried one at 84, as that is a decent level here. Now we're going to look and see if we can get any follow through or if this thing's just going to continue to push higher. Let's look and see. Another 57 seconds to go. See if those guys who play that 1 minute flag break get any action from that thing. So we are seeing this on the 30-minute. We are seeing that, we're in that channel. Now we're breaking outside of the channel. This bar is brand new. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Little pullback there on that one. One minute, guys, looking for the breakout. We are getting that breakout on the 1 minute. I added another one. We are above all this. So we had that, that strong sell-off in the morning. Sold them right away from 86. Minute 27 to go on this one. Oh, not looking too good here. This bar was looking weak, but we've still got a minute to go, and it's approaching its highs. Thirty seconds to go on this bar. Hmm. So here's how we're looking. It's not a pretty sight for this short. This is our 5 minute. Just come up here. Unless we get some kind of a big swoop down, this isn't going to be looking too good. Let's see. 5 minute. Let's look at our 15 and our 30. Yeah, here's our 15. Now we're just kind of marching higher. Do have what could be some resistance here, but we've come down to all those EMAs. Now we're just pushing higher. Hey, Micah, what's up, man? Pull back to 6 to go long. 6. Yeah, this isn't looking good. Especially, I mean, when you consider we spent all day. We are at the open. I mean, they sold the open at 87, sold it pretty strong, but we spent all day below that 82 level, then below 78. Now we're holding above it, and we've got this that we're looking at, right? Like on the 15 minute. got this, just powering up, got past all this here. 30-minute looks the same. It's good to see you, Micah. Virtually, that is. Not that I wouldn't want to see you in person, but hopefully it's going to be virtually seen. All right, another 37 seconds to go on this candle. Could just be a steady march higher. Look at the daily real quick. Mm. Yeah, not getting any love on the short side here. Probably ought to lighten up a little bit. Just holding steady. We'll see what this 5-minute bar does. Bears had their chance to come and try to get it. What, below this 80 number? They couldn't. Had two chances there. 2 wicks, couldn't do it. NQ pretty strong here. Two minutes to go on this 5-minute bar. 2 minutes. So ES and NQ. I think ES is right by. Here's where we opened. See if they defend, the Bears defend the open, or if the Bulls are going to take it over. NQ also. Let's see where we started NQ. NQ is a little bit above their open, but not to high day. They're close. So it's going to be a battle zone from here. A battle. All right, holding that level. If we can't, yeah, I want to see this bar push lower. Let's go to clean version. Here's the clean chart without any targets or stop losses on it, anything like that. Bears need it below this 80, call it 81. In my mind now, the question is, are the Bears going to start to be in control, or are the Bulls just kind of gathering up steam, waiting for a little pullback in order for it to push higher? Again, we've come up, spent so much time in this area here. Got 2.5 minutes to go on this bar. Got my stops pretty tight here. Yeah. Michael, we'll see. Yeah, this could be a good one. Good hold against that 81 level. Minute 20 to go on this bar. Bulls want it above that recent high. Bears really kind of want it below this 80 level. All right, is this a liquidation break or is it the real deal? Stop run or not? Where are we at? What are we doing? The Bulls hanging tough right at that 80 level. Could be a liquidation break there where they push it up higher. Got 18 seconds to go on this bar. Don't like this wick right here. Look at NQ real quick. Yeah, NQ also looking kind of strong. See if the Bears can get something cooking. If we can get down and take this out, I'll definitely move my stops to here. Might even be a good time to get them there right now. This is the battle area. Le battle area. It's a good NQ. Yeah, so ES kind of liquidating. NQ not phased. Still strong at this level. Three minutes to go. On this bar. 2.5 minutes to go on this bar now. Some interesting price action there. This bar's looking good for all the bulls out there. Looking for 91 point of control. Reading Micah's thing there. You could get it here, Micah. Bulls unfazed by that quick liquidation. Holding it above 81. Brand new bar here. Bulls looking strong. See, they get that 91. Minutes to go. This bar is up, up, up. Taking out those highs. Very strong. Bulls just taking over right here. Strong 15-minute bar too. Yeah, that's a good long, Micah. Look at that. Strong 15-minute bar there. Wick coming up. Granted, it's coming into all this, but it's pretty strong. Same with a 30-minute. Came down, and it's just been bulls buying it up as of late. Oops. I am just about stopped out on this position. When we came down and couldn't take this out, that was a good sign that we'd probably go higher. Yeah, nothing there. Brand new bar here. Not any like thin volume node in this bar right here either on this 5 minutes. So let's do our half-hour check-in, shall we? Checking in here. Keep it cool. Oops. There we go. So as I've mentioned before, I want to check in every half hour. I want the Eagles song Peaceful Easy Feeling to be what sums up my whole day observing market activity. Am I currently calm and easy? I am. However, I've not been trading with good discipline for the last half hour. Idea about market activity? Bulls are looking pretty strong. So yeah, I'd give that a B. Am I feeling, or do I have something? Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? Well, it was that do something earlier, and it still is. I think I need to just let it be. Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? No, I'm done. That's going to be it. Can I identify a stop at a tight area? Yeah, I got my stop at 88.25 there. But we're not getting any love. Truly, as long as the Bulls keep it above 84, they could just continue to grind it higher. Looking at the context, like the bigger picture, market dynamics, I like the short, but I don't. It's kind of one of those where it's more like a lotto play, I suppose, just because of the EMA situation that we're dealing with here. Let's see if they do anything here. So again, here's our EMA on the 30-minute. Come down to that. Now we're just coming up, pushing higher. 84 is the number the Bears want it below. If they can't do that, then the Bulls should continue to remain in control. And then we still have all this here, right? This 82 level. And I'm quite a ways away from break even on this one. Well, I'm not that far. I'm what? 3 points right now, 3 points away. But the stop is. So currently on the 1 minute, looks like this. Every time it looks like it's going to liquidate, the Bulls just buy it up. So we've had a few of those. Here, Bulls buy it up. This one here, Bulls buy it up. The Bulls buy it up. We got the latest one right here. Bulls are just buying it up. This is the dynamics of the market too, right? Like trading small, trading with micros, there's that temptation like, oh, if I just added and then move this stop a little bit more. That's the temptation, isn't it? I just added, then move my stop a bit. If I put it up to 90, I think I'd be safe up there, which I do. I do feel 90 could keep us safe. But here we go. Bears couldn't get it below 84. We're still right up here. Bulls are still in control. 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. Yeah, Bulls just grinding it up. This is NQ we're looking at right here. Yeah, at this point, all these targets down here, barring some sort of crazy market action, it could be that we see 78. Could be that we come up, then come down and see 78. Let us see. Tricky, right? Like today, you get all these spots where I want to get long, I want to get short, I want to get long, I want to get short. And then here, every time I see a red bar, it's like, I want to get short. But we're above all this stuff and we're hanging out above it. Minute and 25 to go on this bar. Marching them higher. So the fear, right? The FOMO is that, well, maybe we just come up, run stops, and then push right back down. But I've gotta quiet that little FOMO voice in my head. Gotta quiet that little guy. For me, a good trade usually starts working within 5 or 10 minutes. Sometimes it's longer, but it's usually pretty quick. And this is one that I've been milking along here. So that's a good indicator that probably not gonna work out too well. And again, mindful that I'm just kind of fighting City Hall here. Let's look at our 15 minute, see if it looks any different. So this was our 15-minute come down with the wick here. Push in here. We got 5 minutes to go on this 15-minute bar. We are still strong. We are still trending up higher. Here we go. Looks like we're taking out some highs here. Mike, let's see if you get your 91. Yeah, I know part of me wants to move my stop up to 91, but it's like where does it end? Where does it end? We're just trending and pushing higher. We shouldn't have a big break of any sort. So I'm looking at this area over here thinking, well, maybe that's as high as we get, but it's late in the day. We've been trending higher since noon. So here's our trend since noon, just pushing higher. Here's our clean without any stuff on it. Again, is this a liquidation? Liquidation break, that is, or is it the bulls trying, is it going to get bought up by the bulls? We saw this same price action right over here where it looked like sellers try to step in and then bulls just buy it right back up. Let's look how NQ looks. NQ not going anywhere though. Still there. We got this little, kind of hammer there on NQ, but NQ not really phased by that. And neither is ES, it seems. So it looks like somebody's selling some, somebody's hitting some bigger orders there. But we're not getting any follow through just yet. $2.18, a little bit later in the day. Don't have much time to go. Got another 40 minutes till the market closes. This is looking a little better. We do have 2.5 minutes to go on this bar though. $84. Let's see if 84 is the problem child again for the Bulls, for the Bears, pardon me. And why aren't we getting follow through? Well, this is probably why right here. Longer term chart. Let's look at our hour chart. This is what we did on the hour. Let's look at our 15-minute. Oh, this is NQ. Pardon me. Pardon. QRTH. NQ still hanging tough. Yes, looking decent now. There we go. Let's see if we break them. They're going to break or they're going to buy it right back up. 18 seconds to go. Let's see if this bar follows suit. If it's a wick lower with no follow through. Again, we've been above this area now, so we've got all this to contend with. Got a hard stop now at this 87 level. I am tempted to add to this one. Let's look at NQ real quick. Not really getting much follow through yet. Bull's just buying it right back up. So can't get much going there. We are above the 9 or we're below the 9 EMA now though. So on the 1 minute that is. We have put in higher highs with lower delta at this recent high right here. Just kind of a longer term trend line looking at the 1 minute. We got this guy right here. So came down to it, bounce in there. Just giving you a different vantage point. There we go. This bar looking pretty strong here. AQ looking tough. So this is the level now, isn't it? 82. That's the level. And why wouldn't it be, right? Here we are, 82. I might buy one back. So certainly liquidation break here, push lower, and then bulls can't follow through. Oh, sorry, bears can't follow through. Bulls bite right back up, defending this lower level down here. This should stop me out. There's no reason why it wouldn't. This gets below 84. It'd be interesting. That would be interesting. We've only got do 35 minutes to go on the day. Yeah, if we get below 84, that'd be something. If not, we should just continue pushing higher. There we go. Cardinal sin right here, moving the stop. Cardinal. I know better. Just showing strength. Kind of got my eyes, I'm just like glued and fixated on this level here. On NQ and ES. Try selling another one, adding right here. We'll hold it against this high. NQ still hanging tough here. 81.10. .84 is the number again. And man, they just keep liquidate breaking these things. We are under the 9 EMA on the 1 minute. We need to get down to like 82 and try to get some follow through. Could be the high right up here. Pretty good move downward. I'm gonna try selling one more right here, and I'm gonna move the stop to 87. Go 87.50 on it. What? For some reason, my trade did not go through. Why is that? Huh, that's very frustrating. Yeah, I am currently in 5. I'm not in 7. I'm in 5. 5 micros, not 7. I don't know why a few didn't go through for some reason. I don't know why. Got a little bit of a megaphone going here on NQ. I do like that. Not so much on ES. We'd have to come below this 80 level for that to happen. So that little one I tried adding down here, I got to stop at 87.50. For the Bears to have any kind of momentum, they would need it below, call it 81. And so far, we're just coming up, down, up, down, and we're running out of time. It's 2:36 p.m. So we don't have much more time to go. NQ is making a little bit of a little megaphone here, but not getting any follow through. Same story, right? Down, bulls liquidate it, down, bulls liquidate it, bring it right back up. I'm short 5 micros. For some reason, this shows 7. You probably can't even see that. I don't know why. There was a trade or two that didn't go through. Let's check in again. Well, I currently am not trading the ideal way that I'd like to be. And I'm not in too calm of a state. I'm saying no on that one. Idea about market activity currently. Now I've got my stop in place there, but I mean, we got 20 minutes to go, barring some sort of big break. Doesn't look too good here. Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? It's been do something for a good chunk of the afternoon here. Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? I do. I've probably added and not been that good of a manager of risk. Can I identify a tight stop? I can. I've got them here. We're not moving again. Did I trade in a way that helps me become the type of person slash trader I want to be? You know, all morning I did, right? So all morning there wasn't much going on, not much to do, was super disciplined, sat on my hands, waited, went out, took a little walk, kind of collected my thoughts, and thought about the market a little bit, took the dog for a run, and came back in the afternoon and saw this 78, saw some stalling out here and thought, oh, let me try that. That didn't work, got stopped out, and then been trying up here around like 82 and 84. Nothing's really going with that. So not really trading in a way that I want to be regarding like best execution. Granted, it is small. I do trade small, but this hasn't been an afternoon where if I wanted to be in, I don't know, maybe like 2 micros here looking for something, but I'm in 5 instead. And then the final question is, did my trading bring me closer or further to my desired identity? And this afternoon, it's certainly been a little further away. I think sometimes the deception is that, like all morning I'm just sitting doing nothing here, doing nothing, and then we start to get some movement, right? Like the market starts to perk up a bit, we get some things going, and then you're really thinking, all right, maybe we could do something, maybe we could make a go of it, and nothing really pans out. So important to continue, if you're not seeing anything, to sell in your hands. Now, granted, this wasn't a horrible trade, um, but it wasn't a great trade either. And I'd been talking all day, harping on this, right? Harping on, let me make this bigger, harping on the fact that all day we've been in this well, the last 2 days really, been in this downward channel. We broke the channel. We came down here, started to break it, and so it was all right around this level. Seeing this congestion, thinking maybe we could sell off and just continue to push lower. Well, that has not been the case. Here's our half-hour chart. So just looking at moving averages, half hour, just trending higher, putting in higher highs, higher lows, as denoted by these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green bars. And looks like it's going to continue to just do the same here. So good news is, I mean, I've got emotional capital reserved. I'm not like freaking out. Just want to learn from that and be a bit more disciplined always, right? Always, not just sometimes. That's the thing. When you trade, man, like even a bodybuilder who's training to, look perfect and compete in a competition, they get a cheat day. But man, when you trade, there are no cheat days. There are no days where you can just throw risk management to the wind, or get rid of it, dispose of it. You've got to stick to being disciplined. Okay, I'm in 4 only right now. Got stopped out of those last ones. Got my stop here at this one. $15 minutes left to go. See if they get that overnight high, Micah, and naked point of control at 91. They're certainly trying. There we go. Put it right there. Brother. So we get these quick, sharp movements like a liquidation or a quick pop higher or lower. And it can, like we're getting right here. This is a critical area, I'll tell you that much. It's 91. We'll definitely be watching this area tomorrow. Definitely watching this level tomorrow. All right, we've got 2 minutes until sometimes there's some big market orders that come in just 10 minutes before the close. $12.50. What's $12.50? What do you mean by $12.50? Tech T. Oh, I know at 12:50. Yeah, 12:50 the time there's some imbalances that can occur. Should be getting taken out here. Move it to 91. Nah, can't do it. I'm out. Yeah, yeah, 12:50. Yep. So here they are. There we go. Okay. My my order thing wasn't it's kind of wonky there. I'm flat, I'm out. Yeah, Tech T, I thought you meant 12:50 like a level. So here in my mind is the concern, right? The concern that they're gonna push lower. 91 was the level, and now they're just gonna take it down. And at this point, it's like if they do, they do. I gotta be cool with it. Gotta be cool about it. Gotta keep it cool. What I do know is that bears have pushed it down, then bulls have bought it right back up. So there's 90, Micah. Almost got your 91. levels from yesterday. Well, that's gonna wrap it up. Wrap it up for me. Well, there you have it. There's our day summed up. Sold them at the open, pushed down, found the low there. Pretty big, like commanding wick, pretty telltale sign there. 74. Little indecision here, and then just took them up the rest of the day. Took them up, up, up. Just there we are. Bulls not having any of it, man. They are strong, dude. They are strong. Holy cow. So strong. All right, well, I'm going to sign out. Let's do one last check-in. Feeling pretty calm and easy right now. Well, I'm done, so we're going to say no on that one. Done doing stuff, so I'm at peace waiting. Oops. Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? Compulsion? Not anymore. Lord knows I did earlier. Identify a stop. Yeah, but on that last one, I was moving it a lot. I'm gonna say no for the last two. Because I'd get in, I'd get out, I'd get in, I'd get out. Rate my day on a 1 to 10 regarding how at peace I am at 3 p.m. Well, first half of the day was great. I'd give it a 10. Second half, I'd I'd give it like a 5, to be honest. There we go. Yeah, I'd give it a 5. And what's important, I mean, first half was good. I held on to capital, emotional and financial. Second half, though, was just very undisciplined, feeling like I was going to miss something, feeling kind of compelled to make a move, to do something, and that's not good. Again, to trade well, all of these need to be perfect. They need to remain calm and I need to remain calm and easy. I need to have an idea about market activity if I'm going to jump in. I need to be at peace waiting. Now it's okay to do something, but I need to see something. Don't want to be compelled. Need to identify a stop at a tight area. Again, I like to trade small, I like to trade micros, but with that, it's easy sometimes for me to want to average in to a position. And that can hurt sometimes. All right. And did my trading today bring me closer or further to my desired identity as a consistently profitable trader? And first half, it sure did. Second half, it did not. And so I don't think the two like negate each other. The second half of trading today, trading more undisciplined and a little willy-nilly, did a little bit more harm than the good that we did this morning, just being patient, waiting, sitting back for a setup and not taking it. So that is the day. There we go. We'll do it again tomorrow. Hope everyone has a good evening, and we'll talk soon.